as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! Trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? Sir? Sir?
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all.
Hello. How's everybody doing? Ivory Watchstones? I do not miss those. Thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of alterations just to get a roll that matters, and then you have to do that 8 times. I don't miss that at all. Not even a wee little bit. How's everybody doing? So I saw one teaser first thing this morning. Can't even remember what it was, but I checked it before I went out to see whether it needed to be tacked onto the end of the video, and I wasn't very impressed. I was like, that's a nothing teaser, so I just left. But apparently there was another one. Let me pull it up real quick. All right, what are we looking at?
I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile.
What?
Another short and sweet improvement for you today. In Path of Exile Necropolis, strongboxes will now appear on the minimap. We'll talk more about what we're doing with this content in our development update. In Path of Exile Necropolis, Strongboxes...
Okay. So, that's very obviously a weird, wonderful scarab. Also, 16 divines, child's play. Get some real loot. That being said, it's in a stack of 16, which probably means 20 stacks instead of 10. 11 Alk, 11 Chaos. We know what the maps look like now, which is uninspiring. Is there anything else here? That should mean stack of 20 Alks and 20 Divines, yes. But pretty sure Alks already go to 20. Alright.
Short and
What
sweet
mods you got for
improvement.
me? Cast a random hex. Contains 3 additional Anarchy scarabs. Wait, Anarchy? Anarchy. What's Anarchy again? Rogue Exiles, right. Contains Rogue Exile scarabs.
For you today.
Who knows? Anybody paying attention? Anarchy's already a keyword for a League mechanic. It's been on the Zana and Kirak map devices for ages. I just forget what it was.
In Path of
We have dead monsters with Onslaught, mirrored items,
Exile Necropolis,
Ignite, Rogue, Rare, Quantity,
Strongboxes will
means identified items, detonates, ignites.
now appear on the minimap.
Okay, so it's only the first one and the scarab here. And the stack size, our little currency stack size, great. This change, however, this might make it less miserable to run the only magic find that exists anymore. In fact, the main reason that I didn't want to run it is because I keep missing boxes because they don't show up on the minimap. This makes me incredibly happy. Also, by the way, I just want to tell everyone, it's fucking in Crimson Heaven. Mwah. It's fucking in Crimson Heaven. Is it? Yes, that's Crimson Temple. Look at it. That's Crimson Temple. Best map in the game. I'm going home. I'm gonna start bows. I'm gonna be in Crimson Prison. There was a debate of whether or not it was Crimson. There's no debate. That is Crimson Temple. There is no debate. That is Crimson Temple. The only people who could possibly think it wasn't Crimson Temple is people who haven't been to Crimson Prison before, because it only has one layout. Every single map looks exactly the same, and it's that. That's Crimson Temple. Every single map looks exactly like that. There is only one layout. It looks like that. The walls look like that. The floor looks like that. The whole layout is correct. That's Crimson Temple. There is zero debate. There's no debate. That is what Crimson Temple looks like. Alright, so we've got Tornado Shot, standard-ish auras. Not quite the ones I'd run, but standard auras anyway. A mana flask just to upset me. I don't see anything else here.
We'll talk more about what we're doing with this content in our development update livestream on March 21st. Thanks for watching, and see you then.
Okay, listen, I know this isn't the best news that we've had the entire thing. I know it's not the best news we've had the entire time. Right? Like, I know there's been other really good things, but this one excites me so much. This one excites me so much. Because I know that if I want to still MF, which I do, if I want to still MF without juice from this league, we're back to only one thing, which is strongbox farming and Crimson Temple. It's the only thing left. It was the only thing before this league. When this league goes away, it'll be the only thing again. But it was miserable for me personally because I'm fucking garbage at remembering where all the boxes are. I can't keep track of all the boxes in my head. I absolutely cannot, and it made it horrible. This is so much better. This is going to be so much better.
Boxes will now appear on the minimap.
I think you missed one. I mean, start again and make sure, but I don't think I missed anything. There's a mana flask on the bar, which is done just to upset people, because you shouldn't need a mana flask in a good build, but GGG does that all the time. They always have a mana flask.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Another short and
Nothing new up here, nothing new up here. It's just a Deadeye with a Fizzbow on. There's one new scarab looking thing, don't know what it is. Presumably it's an Anarchy scarab, to be honest. Stack sizes of currency.
sweet improvement.
The chest is white, but that's normal. Like, the chest is just guarded by 3 packs of monsters. I don't recognize the belt, but I wouldn't recognize a lot of things. It's a Darkness Enthralled. It's not necessarily a belt that I would wear on a bow build, but it's certainly a belt that a lot of people would wear. It's the one that holds 2 jewels.
Another short and sweet improvement.
And then Anarchy Scarabs is right there. Will I get flamed for Echo Mid? No, Echo Mid's fine. Just be careful with your mana. Remember, you're probably not going to poke somebody, a long range mage out. You're probably going to one-shot them in an all-in. So make sure you have enough mana left to do that. Only place to live, had to move at the end of next month to my hometown. I'm right next to... Nice.
For you today.
Forges are rare.
Path of Exile Necropolis, strong boxes will now appear on the minimap.
I don't see anything else.
We'll talk more about what we're doing with this content and our development up on the minimap.
Quicksilver on 2 is upsetting me. Yeah, me too. The Quicksilver belongs on 3 all the time. My Quicksilver's always on 3. Tomb Booty Strongbox? 4, bro? You've got your Quicksilver's always on 4? My Quicksilver's always on 3 because the first time you get a Quicksilver, it's the 3rd flask you own. There are 2 life flasks, and then you pick up a Quicksilver, and it just goes in the empty slot. And then it stays there forever for the rest of time. That's the Quicksilver slot.
We'll talk more about what we're doing with this content in our development update livestream on March 21st.
Before I ever got my first Quicksilver, I had looted an extra small life flask, so mine went on 4. So it's the exact same process I had, except you, the first time, happened to pick up a life flask, so it moved your thing down 1. Have you ever considered that you might also be autistic? Just wondering. One for anti-bleed. Oh, I also do 1 for anti-bleed. Look, have a look. The Quicksilver's always on 3 too, and I never thought about it. You didn't have to think about it. It makes sense. It just goes on 3. Oh, whoops. Don't stand there, dickhead. I never noticed that you do that, and now... Wait? Now you hate what? Quicksilver on 3? Where do you put yours? Little while I'm not seeing the default campfire. No, I meant to watch I just didn't get a chance, but I meant to watch Rax's overview. I'm not gonna watch the whole campfire. I don't know, I don't care enough about Diablo to watch the whole campfire. But I care enough to watch like Rax's overview. I usually just Google like the overview for it, and then like either Woody or Rax or Darth or somebody, whoever's video's the smallest, that's the one I click on. Whoever's got the smallest time, that's the one I click on. If somebody can explain it in 6 minutes instead of 9, I'm going to the 6-minute one. If the game is dead, you've got to feel real bad for all the D4 content creators, to be honest. Like, they've spent years prepping themselves as Diablo mains, and then the D4 launches, which should be like a huge break to like all of them, and then they get given that. Yeah, the big ones seem to have transitioned well enough into just like other ARPGs and stuff. But like,
it's time to let go.
There were a whole bunch of, there were quite a few like medium-sized creators for Diablo, like people my size right now, that would have gotten significantly bigger if D4 was actually good and needed content. Like, if PoE 2 comes out and it's absolutely worthless and no one wants to play it, that's like, that could be the end of my career. Like, I rely on that so much. You're gonna feel real bad for the Diablo people who got stuck like that. Like, we just go back to PoE 1. Maybe. So, I agree with the sentiment, but I would like to stop you from calling them non-gamers. As far as I'm concerned, if you spent an hour a day playing Candy Crush on your phone, you're a gamer. Do you play video games? Yes. Gamer.
Let the birds feast on the rotting corpses of those abominations. More useful that way.
Normies and degens. Yes, it's made for normie gamers, not us degenerates.
I'm not up to that just yet.
In a big
My
content
mind is
gap.
gone.
Which is interesting. A lot of them were essentially, it was the content. The early launch was okay. They haven't been. Yep. Last Saturday, I farmed harvest for 12 hours. Complete degeneracy. Why this late in the league would you be farming harvest for 12 hours? Serenity, you're getting really bogged down in the specific numbers. Like, I just throw out numbers. It doesn't matter. You get the idea, right? If you play Candy Crush occasionally, that counts. You're a gamer. I just don't want the gatekeeping of the word gamer. Like, you're a gamer if you play games. That's it. That's the only requirement. What we are is fucking degenerates. And that's different. What we are is absolute fucking degenerates. And by the way, I say that it's not a good thing and none of us should be proud. We're all fucking filthy and we need to go out and touch grass. The lot of us. Buy a potted plant and keep it at your desk. Access to grass. Got it going outside to touch ass.
This'll do nicely, Exile.
I did that thing again where I log into PoE and I don't know what to do. I mean, all you can do is, the only thing that there is to do in PoE right now is practice. That's it. We can playing a clicker idle game to pass the time. Sure, I'll practice making Ellie bows. I mean, practice leveling. Maybe you don't play Ellie bows, man. Maybe something. Maybe the league mechanic makes me want to be a fucking champion or something. I don't know. It's not, is it? There's no way. I tried to get insider information out of Blakey and he wouldn't give me anything. I was asking him to tell me what to practice. Like, do I need to be tanky? Do I need to be fucking full clear speed? Do I need to be anything? And he was like, I can't think of any way to answer this question without giving you spoilers, so I'm not going to. I'm like, fuck! Damn it, I thought I was clever enough. Wouldn't tell me shit.
only slow me down.
Is making in the alpha? No, he works for GGG now. That's why I had to change editors. He had to leave me
This haunting
because it's a
feeling
conflict of interest to be my editor and work there at the same time. Which I said that as like a it's so unfair I had to lose my editor thing, but like actually fair enough. It kind of is. Fucking owned. What sort of role? Co-art, dev, QA, design? I feel like I know the title. I definitely know the title and I've forgotten about. That's the one. I feel like I should have known that, and I feel bad for not knowing that immediately. I think I'm a bad friend. My bad.
Bye.
The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't.
Fucking what? It knows this because it knows where it isn't. Fucking what?
Good to see these out. My Talakota.
Yeah. I'm gonna not do that. Time for the second DMCA this month. Even if that was a joke, I'm still not clicking it. I just... You guys have no idea. I have two DMCA claims already. If I get a third one, I could lose Twitch. Like, I probably won't, but I could. No time out, your first one's old enough to not matter. It might be.
Well, Alice, it seems we both got autism, haven't we?
Yeah.
Well, that's good to know.
What was the first one? No, the second one. The second one was I accidentally left the audio on and I played about 10 to 12 seconds of one of those has-been hotel playlists when I restarted my own music. I played about 12 seconds of a has-been hotel song and then somebody in chat was like, "We can hear your music," and I instantly paused it and turned it off, and that was it. I got DMCA claimed. Anything under 15 seconds considered fair use? I mean, you could legally speaking, you could make the argument that anything that's background music to a stream is considered transformative and then therefore allowed. I'm not in a position to take I'm not in a position to take a record label to court. Are you? I have that sort of money. Doesn't really matter if you're right or wrong if you can't afford to fight for it. Internal appeal system before court. Yeah, I'm not going through that shit unless I have to, though. Obviously, if I got banned, then I would fight it. But I'd rather just avoid it and try not to. That'd be better.
Allow your wisdom to be tempered by the flames of the past.
Oh, so I got the official re-diagnosis today. Holy shit, the amount of fucking questions they ask. I got my box of drugs. I got my own Ritalin with my own name on it now. But that was like a fucking interrogation. Like, the amount of stuff that they wanted to know. This dude, the line I've been saying is, this dude wanted to know what it looked like with the foreskin peeled back. Like, fucking everything. He needed to know everything. I also argued with him a bit. Can Ritalin or Dexies? I mean, isn't Ritalin already a dexamphetamine? Isn't Dexies just short for dexamphetamine? That's what Ritalin is? But yes, I'm starting on Ritalin.
I'm not up to
Stop it.
yet.
Get some help.
So we might try sister drugs and other things. The golden kappa train is close? Wait, what the fuck is a golden kappa train? Subs, gift, or uses of bits to start the golden kappa train. We've only got 30 seconds to do that. I don't know what that even is.
Get your magic find characters ready.
You have a limited time to earn the ghost of... There's golden kappa train. Yo! Yo! Pay to win emotes? Pay to win golden kappa? Tim Six, thank you for the gift to sub. Moon DK, thank you for the gift to sub. Remember when one person on the entire site got a golden kappa, they made it an emote for trains? 24-hour emote. Yeah. 24-hour access to a golden kappa for being in this scam train.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Guzman, thank you very much for the gifted sub.
In death, the mirrors are thus shattered.
Well, now that can't happen anymore. I'll get myself an S24
Get your
Ultra.
magic find characters ready.
I'm sorry to hear about it. Downgrading phones is always a bit shit.
Die.
Ninja Spandex. Hey, with a 5-month resub.
Ready.
Kamikaze Joe, thank you very much for the prime.
Kappa.
You found
Get your magic phone characters ready.
good luck to you.
Talamoa.
That was easy.
Was a call.
Scam train Pog.
Humanity needs us.
Need some help.
Scam train Pog. I gave a sub to the blurb thing. It is. It's a golden scam train though. Everybody who joins it gets the golden kappa for the next 24 hours. I wish this happened on League Start though. This would be fucking huge if it was on League Start. It's so good. I'm sorry, what? I said intense anal is my favorite. I want to say that was taken out of context, but I don't really know what context to put that in to make it better, so... I was watching this channel the content you put in. Thank you.
I'm not up to that just yet.
I had to get my golden kappa somehow, right? Mr. Start of the stream, how do you like today's teaser? Fantastic. I can now farm boxes properly. I was always really bad at farming boxes when everyone else was farming boxes. But that's because I always lost them. But now I'm not going to lose them anymore. So Pog, huge. I don't know. This is the way I run it every time. Golden kappa check. Last minute and a half to get your golden kappa for 24 hours. Us is $1,000,000 at Health Club Effect. How?
Characters ready.
It is the 38 challenge reward for this league. Yo! Flexia, thank you very much for the 6 gifted subs. You only had to do 1. I just informed you because I thought you'd care about that. But thank you. Are we getting patch notes with the reveal today? Yes. Nope, they chose that number carefully. I noticed as I said that.
Get your magic phone characters ready.
Spandex. Also, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's for tomorrow. That's hype. So it's today for some people already. Tomorrow for us Australians. I felt a little bit bad. I wasn't sure whether I actually like messaged Telexia to let her know what was happening with the golden kappa because it's so rare. And then I was like, I feel bad about this. Like, it feels like asking for money, but I didn't. It's not the point. The point was like, I thought she might care. And that she might be sad if she didn't get the golden kappa. And I was like, I should mention it. I should mention it. It also extended the time, so there's still another like 4 minutes. Nice. Me to 5 execs. Just excuse me for a moment. Oh. Are there any time zones ahead of Australia? Yeah. Booish Monk, thank you very much for the biddies. Welcome to the Golden Kappa train. Have a look around. Everything you think of yours can think of will be found.
Cold, like the night.
Didn't know the Mirror MTX is in town even though there are no charges on it. I will have that soonish. But like surprise, you know you like it, you poor. See a man beheaded, get offended, see a shrink. A rumor, fire, tumor, to a duffer, to a boomer, a DM, a girl, and groomer, to a zoomer, to a boomer, and your healthy breakfast option. You mirroring on standard? Yeah. Pineapple has something worth mirroring on standard, so at least I'm not gonna like completely waste my entire thing. Anything and everything all of the time. Let's get rid of that artillery ballista. It's time. Ew. Whatever you'll do. Imagine making a character mirroring your elk starting weapon. You've received a golden kappa for 24 hours. Nice. Anything gives a golden pepper to people who donate and stuff? Yep. It's gifted subs, resubs, any of those things.
Hail, Godslayer. Godslayer, good day.
Did I interest you in everything all of the time? All of the time. Looks like that. Where are you? Maniforged Arrow? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Am I blind? What's going on? There it is.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Need haste and dash still
2
somehow.
months laughing face.
Poseidon, thank you for the 2-month resub.
You know, they say the boa constrictor right there is capable of eating up to 500 pounds per sitting.
Become at least 4.
Personally, I find
Become at
that
least 4.
very
Become
hard
at least 4.
to swallow.
Ah, thank you. Okay, I don't need a red at all. I don't need a red at all. You'll do. Haste can go there. Dash can go there. Two things need to be linked. Dash and haste can go like that. That can go there.
Hail, Godslayer.
I was hyped for the real tonight. I am very much.
Slaughterhouse.
Very
Yes.
much.
That's what this place smells like.
Okay, let's see if that works. Oh, really? Life tap purity doesn't work? That's annoying. You following a guide? Nope, I am the guide. Come on. Come on. Yes. Nailed it.
My mana is gone.
Yes, and if I don't pay up, I'll go to jail for tax evasion. I'm crazy enough to take on Batman, but the IRS, no, thank you.
Crazy enough to take on Batman. Alright. Twitch drops over. I don't think Twitch drops have started. The announcement isn't for like another 12 hours or something? Is it 12 or 13? I could check my own, I could very easily just check my own, thing. They messed up. I already got my drop earlier.
Solaris, Lunaris.
Don't know. That's what I was just looking at. I mean, I can't use it.
Beyond this human age.
Why isn't it getting used? Oh, it's because I linked it to Maniforged Arrow, but it's an automatic trigger. It shouldn't be linked to Maniforge. The life tap part is fine. The Maniforge part is bricking it, I think. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's not ideal then. What can I put in that's green? Hail,
Godslayer.
We can be immortal. It's already got added gold. Slower prod would work for rain. I've got Cull over here with Frenzy. I'd try Ice Bite, but it wouldn't get me enough. Like it won't be the thing that gets the kills enough to matter. I do have quite a lot of cold though. Actually, I have way too much cold. Wait, how am I proccing Trinity right now? Am I proccing Trinity right now? Oh yeah, the lightning's fine as well. Yeah, hypo. Hypo then. That color doesn't even exist today.
I'm not up to that just yet. I give you to the earth. My mana is
Please don't
gone.
nerf Maniforged Arrow. Yeah, I really enjoy it, like a lot. Whole league starter depends on it. I suspect if Maniforged Arrow gets hit, the part of it that's going to get hit will be the part where you link stuff to life tap and it just like skips the mana requirement part and just fires every single time. That's what I expect to get fixed if it gets touched. Which, if that's the case, that's fine. I can work around that. And honestly, if that nerf happens, I feel like that's fair.
Oh, you must have.
Need to make our primary skill almost free. No, you can go the other way. You can stop reducing the mana costs of your attacks at all. And instead, you can just try and, well, just make sure that you have enough available mana to deal with all of it all of the time. Mana and mana recovery to just have full mana costs all the time on everything.
Can we be of help?
But more auras? Yeah. I'm just saying that that's fine though. That can be done. We can do that. Speaking of, I need this. Also, for anybody who missed it, a bunch of us got golden kappas today. Really? I want to... Motherfucker. Fucking balls. Prison. Where are you? Here? There. Let me into the trial, please.
My mana is gone.
Also, Snoo, I was looking at your league start practice a little bit. I kind of love it. I'm a little bit tempted to just fucking yoink it. Just fucking yoink my build now.
Belief is the strongest metal of them all.
The black.
Oh, then still don't get a guide out, I'll be mad. I mean, if I yoink Snoo's build, I won't be making a guide on it.
I'd hope
because
Clearly.
it'll be Snoo's build. Also, it's still just a bow Deadeye. It's just Ellie hit. It's just Ellie hit instead of... I mean, I say it's just Ellie hit. It also gets to abuse the infinite rage thing, and it also gets to do the reverse chill. So jealous of that kick-ass life orb. As soon as I saw the life orb looking purple like that, I was like, oh, so 38 challenges is actually mandatory this league. Like, you have to get 38 challenges this league.
Make your mark. Such resilience. Those who stand should never outnumber those who kneel.
One of the Vault Pass will be good this league. This is actually the first Vault Pass I haven't bought. The Vault Pass for this season, I still didn't buy it. I looked at it again today, last night to be like, should I buy this? And I looked at it again and was like, no, I don't want it actually.
I'm not up to that just yet.
The Vault Pass was surprisingly bland. Yeah, I'll bet they got way less. I'll bet they got way less sales this time. Huh. That's like a good bow and it's still not good enough. That's a good bow and I've already got better. Feel alright. I wonder if they're struggling to keep up with really special stuff. Two thoughts in my head were, one, either people in general were like unhappy with the really specific shit that was happening, because like they were giving like Headhunter MTXs and Mage Blood MTXs and like those sort of things, or a lot of the really pog stuff is getting like held for PoE 2 leagues and like those sort of things. Tonight we are victorious. Auto version if you run it multiple times. I don't think it's guaranteed at all. It just gets progressively more likely every single time you go to a higher thing.
Commit to your course. You were born for this. Sweep the trappings of past emperors aside. Make your empire anew.
What's going to be real interesting about MTXs for PoE 2 is that all of our MTXs are still for both clients. So like for both games. I don't really know how that's going to work because they look very different. Do they have to make two MTXs every time they make one MTX now? I don't really understand how that works. What's going to happen about the gem MTXs? If the skill exists in both versions of the game, the MTX will be applied to both versions. You will have an MTX for both of them. If the skill doesn't exist in one of the games, then it just won't be there in the other one. Don't take them over here, but all ones will work on two. Not explicitly. I'm pretty sure it's that anything that could be applicable to both games will exist in both games. So if there's a skill that's only in PoE 1 that isn't in PoE 2, or a skill that's only in PoE 2, not in PoE 1, then the MTX will only apply to that version because there isn't a skill equivalent. But they also said if there's something that's pretty obviously one-to-one, but is a different thing, like for instance, the ultimatum rewards with all these catalysts and ultimatums. Let's say something to add quality to jewelry exists in PoE 2, but it isn't this. Well, if you already own this tab, you'll own the equivalent tab in PoE 2. But if there's something that's a brand new thing that doesn't exist at all in PoE 1, there is no equivalent, then you'll have to buy it because you won't already own it, right? If there's like a comparison to be made, if this is the same thing but how we do it in PoE 2, then you'll just get it. How are you feeling about the automation support? I made a whole video on just that one spoiler. The automation supports, I think, are fantastic, TLDR. But I think it's really, really stupid that they've gotten rid of left click, but oh well. Missions look like a 70s porn star today, sir. Does this help? Fingerless gloves and painted nails? As well as this. Here we are. I really expected them to comment before the live stream, even would just shove it. A lot of big people are not even home, right? A lot of big people are not even home, right? Ew. 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 Couldn't get around with software hotkeys, rebinds and such. There's so much of a crutch. You can just do the numlock trick. You don't need any software hotkeys or macros or anything like that. I did quite a bit of reading around and whatnot to find out like their policies on things. Here's how I understand it. Remember, at the same time, I don't speak for GDG. I'm not a GDG employee, and I did not directly get this from any source there. So this is just my understanding of the rules. They don't like that we can do the numlock trick, but there's nothing they can do about it. However, if you make a macro to do the numlock trick on its own, like so you can just press a button and the numlock trick happens, that's automation. That's bannable. We cannot make a macro for it. We're not supposed to use macros on our keyboards, stuff like that. We're not supposed to use an auto hotkey script to do it, but there's nothing they can do about the numlock trick, even though they don't really like that it's happening, which is good enough for me. That being said, especially if it's a hardware macro, there's no way for them to tell, as long as you don't fucking tell anyone and you don't fucking make any content. So don't tell me if you're doing it, because I want to know. I'll be using the numlock trick because there's nothing they can do about that. I will not be writing a macro because I stream all of my gameplay, and if I cheat, I will get banned. I will not break a rule. I will disagree with the rule. I'll tell you when I think rules are stupid, but I will not break them. What you do is up to you. Why not after 10 years of automation gems are so good? Why not let us decide? So I was having bigger thoughts about that, and I think I know how to make myself okay with it. I don't think they'll make this change, but I think I know how to make myself okay with removing the left click thing. So there's two options for me that I really wish I was in some of these meetings, because I feel like maybe that's like grandiose self-importance. Maybe I need to rein that in, but like I feel like my opinions are good. Anyway, there were two options if you want to like level the playing field between keyboard and controller, which is what it seems like they're doing. That seems pretty obvious that that's the goal. One, you could, where we have this right now, where you have always attack without moving, if it's an instant skill, you could just have it auto cast as an option there, so it doesn't take a gem socket requirement, and then you could put that on the console. Now that is the option that makes it like easier for everyone, and you could argue that it's power creep, but at least it's even. So they might not like that idea because it's still power and convenience up, so maybe not, but that's the one way to go. The second way to go is what they did, which is add gems. However, if you're going to add a gem to do something we were already doing, right, then you need to make that support gem better than what we were doing, so I feel good about using it. Torchlight did this really well. There's a support gem called Rhythm there that does the same thing. Takes up your power, which is the equivalent of a gem socket, but it has a pretty meaningful buff to the support skill that's instant that you're linking it to. It's like a good 60-70% more powerful using the rhythm support. And so it makes me feel good about investing in that more. So in my opinion, one of the two choices is to either not require a gem socket and then just let me tick it on and off, then it's fair for everybody, but it's a buff. Or if you want the automation to come with a cost of an extra gem socket, then that support gem needs to be a decently substantial buff to the buffs it supports, or a decently substantial cooldown reduction so that that thing goes off more often. Like you want to make me feel good about using up a gem socket for it, not feel like you've stolen a gem socket from my build. Does that make sense? Rhythm isn't a buff or cooldown reduction, it just triggers it. I'm pretty sure it's a buff. I'm like 85% sure it's a buff. But if I'm wrong about that, that doesn't change the rest of what I just said regardless. It just means I'll stop saying that's the example and just say there isn't an example. I'd like more of an explanation on this, because I think leveling the playing field for 5% less players and nerfing 95% is bad. So I disagree. I'm actually perfectly fine with them nerfing us. In fact, I think they could nerf us 45 times in the next 3 patches, and we would still be stronger than we need to be.
Hello.
I'm perfectly fine with them nerfing us. In fact, if anything, I would go as far as to say I would encourage them to nerf us. I feel like we're too strong. But how I would like those nerfs to happen is like numerically to our abilities rather than in utility ways. In fact, I always feel like we don't have enough utility and quality of life, which they're doing a very good job of quality of life improvements this league. I think quality of life and utility could go up a lot, and just raw power could come down. Could be planning on gutting auras and then we'll have no socket pressure. Yeah. Gutting the fuck out of auras is a good way to get me to play blood magic again. It's been a long time since I've played a blood magic build, tell you that much. Tell you that much for free. Is this the time when I start taking crit nodes? I think it is. It's usually around now, right? Where I start taking crit nodes? I think so. Just trying to remember, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we just start taking crit nodes now.
Be careful.
In the matter. Farewell. Yes.
This is my Warlock Chieftain MF. I mean,
You must.
I did try the Warlock version. I didn't like it as much as I liked the other version. Oh, tanky. Tanky. Remind me sometime when I'm not streaming and you're around. I've got goss for you. Brotato, what in God's name is that? Oh, Brotato is fantastic. Also, if you try God of Weapons, if you like Brotato and the Deep Rock Galactica Survivor, God of Weapons is real good. Haven't tried God of Weapons, but I do own it. It's really good. It's like Backpack Heroes mixed with the thing. $12 to go. Yep. Morning. Oh, bad news, Garth. You missed the golden kappa. A whole bunch of us got a golden kappa. We unlocked a golden kappa hype train, which are apparently like super rare.
I'm not up to that just yet.
To be fair, it's only for 24 hours. Then everybody loses it again. But we've got a golden kappas now. I've had it before. Have you had it before from a train or from like getting it as an individual?
Make use of every
Both. Nice. When are you doing bleed bow? Whenever they buff it enough to be worth playing. Planning to start lightning arrow again. I always plan to not start lightning arrow, and then I always change my mind and start lightning arrow, except for when I really buckle down and decide not to start lightning arrow, and then what happens is I regret it. So probably, but we'll see. Tomorrow's league announcement might show me that I need a big tanky character. I don't know. Tomorrow's league announcement might be like, hey, you need to be fucking tanky. In which case, I'm definitely not starting Deadeye. I can't imagine what they could show to put you off bows. I could. Funny, this isn't going to be that serious. Nice. Did they buff Glad? Figure out the dual wield lacerate build? Honestly? Yeah, people, why didn't you put this here? Name all the builds that are good. Oh my god, why is it not S tier? Why are they that deep? I'll play Lacerate again. Lacerate is like a really cool skill, actually. It's a pity that it's like trash, but it's a very cool skill. Nerf tornado shot to the ground. Sure, I'll just keep playing lightning arrow. Whatever. Nerf lightning arrow as well. I'll play ice shot. It's nearly as good. Nerf ice shot as well. I'll just play rain of arrows. Nerf rain of arrows as well, and I'll play fucking elemental hit. Nerf elemental hit as well, and I'll play fucking explosive arrows self hit raider. Like would somebody be able to ping me tomorrow when Baylor starts reading patch note reviews? That'll be in the morning, early. I will be up early doing it live. I will be watching the announcement live and then doing the patch notes immediately after. Bows of half the base attack speed as current. I'll play caustic arrow. Don't care. Regular version, not poison.
If you're not putting lotion on your penis every day, I don't know what the fuck you guys are doing.
Who the fuck's putting lotion on their penis every day? What the fuck is that from? I mean, I should have lotioned it up today, considering how closely the psych wanted to look at fucking everything.
My love.
This is, by the way, the most mentally exhausted I've ever been made in 2 hours. A fucking psych today. Holy shit. He wanted to know fucking everything. That dude wanted to know what it looked like with the foreskin peeled back. Like, he needed to know everything. Psychologist or psychiatrist? That's a great question. I don't know the difference. Whichever one gives you the drugs. Not quite the yes man he thought he'd be. Oh no, he said yes. I also argued with him a bunch. But he said wrong things. It's not my fault. The professional said wrong things. No, but he did. No, wait, hang on. He did. Because he asked me who diagnosed me when I was young. And I told him my family doctor. Make up a name. Bob. His name's Bob. We're making up a name. I told him my family doctor, who was my doctor. We're going to call him Bob. Right? And so I was like, Bob diagnosed me. And that was when I was like 6 to 8-ish. And I took myself off medication at about 2021, somewhere around that region. And he said, who was supplying you with Ritalin between the ages of 6 and 20? And I said, Bob was. And he said, Bob retired 30 years ago. And I said, that would have made me 6. I went to him until I was 20, and I only went to his retirement party 6 years ago. And he went, no, Bob retired 30 years ago. Who was supplying you with Ritalin? And I went, Bob, because he didn't retire 30 years ago because he's my family physician, and I just went to his retirement party 6 years ago. And then we just had an argument for like 10 minutes before what I had to do was get out my phone, find the invite from 6 years ago for his retirement party, and then tell my new doctor to stop talking out his fucking ass. Because I went to the doctor, that doctor, until I was 20 getting my Ritalin. Don't fucking stand there and lie to me. I don't give a shit that you're the... Oh, I'm paying $400 for this appointment. You're not an expert in everything, buddy. So he was wrong.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Also, he gave me exactly the drug I was asking for and exactly the dose I was asking for. So I walked out of there as a winner, but it did take 2 hours of fucking mental play. There was a lot of fucking shit going on. What The fuck are you doing out there? Okay. What are you fucking... Hang on. What the fuck are you doing? Right, okay, that's interesting. That was Dad banging on the window, and I was like, what the fuck are you doing? It turns out I'd locked my door, and he couldn't get in, and he had food for me. I was very confused. The doctor could retire, but still... No, he had his own practice. Like, he had his own practice. I went into his building. He was still advertising. Like, he was... He was not at all retired. I went to his retirement party 6 years ago when I was 30.
Hunt well.
I know that I went there because... and I know I was 30 because it was 1 week before my 30th birthday. And I remember the retirement party really, really well because I was absolutely fucking flabbergasted at the amount of, not just the amount of people that showed up to his retirement party, but also the like, how do I say that? How do you say that? Quality of people? Nope. That sounds really judgy. What I mean is like very high up important people all throughout like businesses and governments and all sorts of stuff were all there at his retirement party. He was an amazingly popular dude. And I met a lot of people who were big, meaningful status people. I was very impressed. And also, I haven't been to doctors since he retired. Like, I just don't... Like, I was very happy to go to him when he was my doctor, and since he retired, I've just avoided all doctors. Because he was my doctor retired. What am I supposed to do now? People are like, oh, go to the doctor. I can't. My doctor retired. Like, my doctor's gone now. I don't have a doctor anymore. Like, what do you want me to do, man? That was my doctor. He's gone now. That's it. No more doctors. Morbid but no new doctor. It's just, it's not that I'm not open to finding a new doctor. Okay, listen. It's not that I'm not open to finding a new doctor. It's that this doctor that I had was a true family physician. He didn't care about rushing appointments. He didn't care about prescribing things to make money. He cared about every single individual patient and knew them all and takes the time to learn your whole history, and we've invited him out to big family occasions, and him and his wife came and visited us at big occasions or dinners and parties. Like he was like what a doctor should be, not what a doctor is. And until I find someone else who behaves and thinks about their patients like that, I don't have another doctor. I will just go see anybody if it's an absolute emergency. If I have to, I will go see anyone, but I do not have a doctor until I find one. How do you find one if you don't go and see them unless you're dying? That's not true. If there's anything wrong with my penis or balls, even the tiniest thing wrong, I will immediately go. Anything else I can live without. That's what the lotion's for. Nice. What's your favorite quality of life teaser so far? Today's? The strongbox? The strongbox is shown on the map? I had a spider if you didn't have $200 to see a doctor. Yo, it does not cost us money to see a doctor. Even today's doctor, which was a $500 appointment, I'm going to get $460 as a rebate for that. So I had to have $500, but it's going to cost me $40. And that was a specialist. I don't have any health insurance. That's just not normal Medicare that just happens like to everybody. That's just normal thing. New League launches tomorrow? No. The what do you call it? The announcement happens tomorrow, not the League launch. League launch will be 7 days after that. Okay, so we've got actually Darth microtransaction is one of my favorite now. Ever since the interview that he did, the one that was with Gazzy, this dude's like skyrocketed in my list of favorite Diablo people to watch. He did really, really well in that, and I hadn't consumed any of his content before then, but he did really, really well in that interview. Like, really well. Sorry.
All of it starting now. First thing they mentioned, they're going to make a smaller pool of affixes, basically removing the stats that are the damage on Tuesday memes nobody cares about. Weird stuff like lucky hit on critical, if damage over time type of stuff. They're going to be simplifying these stats. They all
Natalie Marie, good point. You're correct. I'm now subscribed.
also mentioned that sacred items are in World Tier 3 only, ancestral items are in World Tier 4 only, so you're no longer getting drops you don't want. They mentioned this many times, but they want to focus on quality over quantity. They're going to be reducing the amount of loot that you actually get, but each of the items should feel impactful, was the way they describe this. Part of the way they are doing this is actually removing some of the affixes on items. For instance, legendaries are going 4 to 3, rares are going 4 to 2. There will be less affixes per items, but that is because of how the crafting works. We would just talk about something you might be thinking looking at this is, okay, well, this makes rare items worthless. What about the trading economy? Well, they're opening up trading now to legendary items as well. So trading can now include legendary drops that you get before you craft on them. This is one of the examples they used of a before and after of items. So you can see here damage to shadow over time affected, lucky hit, chance to execute, and now it's just intelligence, damage, vulnerable damage. They're trying to simplify these stats.
Good.
And you can notice it has 3 instead of 4 affixes. That is the base item, and you can actually go up to 5 affixes now because of the way the crafting will work, which we'll talk about in just a second.
Please.
Legendary items are now always 925 power if dropped from a monster level 95 plus. This way, they're really trying to reduce the amount of garbage items that you see on the ground. Part of the reason is they're still not adding a loot filter in the game. So if you're wanting a loot filter, that is not going to be happening. They talked about that, but part of their logic was, well, we're going to be reducing the amount of garbage that's on the ground. All of the items should hopefully be impactful. They're also consolidating materials, meaning all of these different herbs and everything you have to find around the map. Now it's just one type of herb. They're trying to make the crafting of these materials less annoying. They are also capping the
This is a fucking good list so far.
reroll cost on enchanting items, so it no longer goes infinitely to the point of basically you can brick items. And they're, like I said, they're consolidating the materials, and the Forgotten Souls are now dropping from Whispers and rarely dropping from globally from elites as well. So they're just trying to make it a little bit easier to get all these random materials you need. The gems, they say they're going to make simpler, better, and have a much longer crafting tail, though we don't go into more detail on that. We didn't get much of that during the campfire, but gems are supposed to basically be better. One of the best received changes so far was the fact that the Codex of Power now not only has keyword search and filter, but also allows you to imprint your best version of legendaries into them. So if you get something that's a max row, you can put that into the Codex of Power and store that there, and then reuse it as many times as you would like. And also your affix.
That's what I was asking for. That's exactly what I was asking for. That's huge.
Of the legendary will increase with world tier. So your world tier 3 will be stronger than world tier 2 affixes, 4 will be stronger than 3. So you'll be upgrading your Codex of Power and storing them there. That is supposed to do two things, one of which is supposed to be less annoying and make it where you don't have to sit there and make a mistake about like, oh, saving your affix for a better item later, but it also will help with item storage because you're not going to have to store all of these affixes anymore. This seemed to be one of the most well-received changes due to the fact that people have literally been asking for this change since the start of the game.
Yes.
Another thing about this is all legendary affixes are now here. The Codex of Power is no longer limited to just the ones from the dungeons. You can put all affixes into the game.
Good.
Or from the game into the Codex. This is where we get into tempering. Tempering is effectively adding new affixes onto the legendary items. So you start with 3 and you can add 2 new affixes onto the legendary items. You learn these recipes, and this is how you add it. These recipes here are these manuals that you learn, and once you learn them, you can use these in the tempering menu, which I will show you in just a moment. And each of these different manuals will have a number of affixes that could be applied, so there is some RNG associated with crafting the affixes onto items. This is what the menu actually looks like. This is the item beforehand. This is afterhand. You're going to notice there's tempered affixes too. That is because you can add 2 different affixes onto them. You can temper it up to 5 total times, meaning you can add 2 and then replace it 3 times, etc. if you don't get the one you want. This is almost like forging potential from last epoch.
Okay, you can copy my homework. Just change it up a little bit so no one knows.
For instance, you get 5 instances of activating the tempering, and you can have 2 different tempered affixes onto items. So you can see here you go from 3 to 5 of these affixes. When you go to temper the item, you're going to have this menu show up here, which will actually allow you to select either offensive, weapons, defensive, utility, etc. based upon the item. For instance, this is a weapon, so he can do weapons and offensive style affixes. And you can see here when he clicks on the offensive category, these are the different manuals we were talking about earlier that allows you to see what the different recipes from using this could actually end up being. So you could select one of them, then temper the item, and that tempering item will slam on one of these affixes from the manual you actually chose. Hopefully you get the one you want, and you can see there you now have a plus of the damage. Something else that can drop are greater affixes. Effectively, you can get variants of ancestral items that drop that can have greater affixes, aka the affixes are mega juice, which will have a...
Sorry? Did they say exalted items? Is that, I just hear exalted items? I'm making a little bit of fun of it, but also great. Fantastic. Absolutely.
A 1.5 multiplier, multiplier of the maximum row. So if the maximum was 100, you can get an affix that will drop with a 150 max out row. That is what a greater affix is now going to be. These only appear on ancestral items, but do in fact appear on unique items. So uniques can have mega juiced out affixes of really good stats. This is an example that they used here. The one on the left is a basic row. The one on the right, you can see it has these little red diamonds here, and that shows that it rode 2 greater affixes.
I'm sorry, is gearing going to be better and more interesting to do? Is that what I'm hearing?
You can row multiple greater affixes on an item. This is very similar to like exalted items, for instance, if you are familiar with Last Epoch. There is going to be a master working system that allows you to upgrade an item 12 times. When you upgrade an item, it will upgrade all of the stats slightly, but then every 4 ranks, a single affix will be massively upgraded. A total of 12 ranks can be upgraded, meaning you could get lucky and slam that same affix 3 times. So the obvious combo is you get a greater affix of like a damage, and then you up masterwork it to 4, it rose damage again, to 8 rose damage again, and then 12 and it damage again. And oh my god, you got lucky, it triple rode on the greater affix, meaning you can really juice some of these stats.
Okay.
This is an example they use. This is at rank 2, rank 3, and then rank 4. And you can see critical strike goes up here. You can see the vulnerable damage goes up, and then you can see the life goes up as well. And they said these other stats should be increasing too. This is just a display bug glitch, which is unfortunate. The reason it is blue here is you can see that this one has been slammed with the rank 4. So it got lucky, and that was the one that ended up getting the big single greater affix bonus. Well, not greater affix, master rework bonus. So this is went blue because it got the single masterwork rank 4. So at 4, 8, and 12 is when you get that, and it got a blue one. If it hit it twice, it would actually become yellow. They actually show an example of this because you can see here, blue is a single, yellow is a double slam. So this is a masterwork 12. There was 3 total of those major slams. It hit this one twice, which is why it's yellow. That one once, which is why it's blue. And you can see that it increased these stats as well. The vulnerable damage went from 38 to 55%.
I was not expecting this to be something that made me like tempted to go back to Diablo. Like I was thinking after this season when I tried to play for 1 day and then just quit, I was like, it might be done. And now I'm thinking like, maybe not though.
Percent, even though it didn't get slammed with those big.
Let's see if this flies in under the radar. Good song, but I got nothing real to say. Typical, really.
If Mola, thank you for the 71-month resub.
Individual ones.
I have no idea what
all the stats. And obviously you can see they had tempered this one as well. So the idea is you're going to want to temper, get the stats you want, then do the master rework on it as well. And hopefully you're doing this on an item that the original base had greater affixes also. Speaking of items, they mentioned that there's going to be a new Uber unique they showed here on my left, but then they also mentioned there's double the total amount of uniques actually coming to the game. So there's a significant increase in terms of overall uniques. At this point, they went into class update balance changes. I'm not going to go through all of these. We're primarily going to focus on the itemization changes and the in-game update changes, but basically minions are getting quite a bit of love. There's some nice changes to Sorceress. You can pick through the live stream if you want to see more. We're going to focus on itemization and in-game. One thing I should mention, though, is the way flat damage works is actually changing. It scales based upon your weapon damage. So as your weapon becomes stronger, so does the flat damage, and they're buffing flat damage in general to make it feel more rewarding for these types of legendary properties. They are also changing the function of a lot of items to make them more usable for people in Gymro. For instance, this used to be a core skill. Now this is just your skills in Gymro. So they're trying to make it less limiting for a lot of items. Also, a shout out here, they are removing the Elixir of Death and the Cheat Death enchantment. So now hardcore is actually hardcore. Yes. Tide is getting an update. There is higher density. They're putting the Blood Tide mechanics of threat-based minion spawn being added into this as well. And they're overall just trying to buff Helltide. So it's also a good time to mention that there is going to be an increase in experience across the board, a fairly significant one in World Tier 2, 3, and 4. A new boss is coming to the game, and Dario has been much requested to come back. It is coming back. Use the summoning parts from the Beast Device and Lord Zur, and now has the same drop table as Dario, so it is another way in which you can attempt to get drops. So you one from Uber Dario, but this time you can use the other materials for it as well. There's a system coming to the game called the Pit. The Pit is where you're going to get the materials for the master working, so you're going to want to do it. It starts at level 100, and the Pit is effectively almost like greater 100 rifts. This is sort of like AOZ. You can open these rifts, go in there. It continues to scale and become more and more difficult, and it's going to be RNG. What's on the inside? You kill the boss at the end.
Is it literally just rifts? I'm fucking here for it, please.
and you get some of the materials you're going to need. This here was a an early access version here that they were actually showing live of this. So you're going to go into this basically a Greater Rift or AOZ type of rift, and it's supposed to...
Like the Nightmare Dungeons that they put in, it was like a poor attempt at trying to do a mapping system like PoE. Rifts are so much better for Diablo specifically, right? Specifically for Diablo, Rifts are better. They did a way better job of that than they've done with maps.
Supposed to be a more accessible one. This starts at level 100. You farm through it. Very similar to what we've seen before with AOZ, and it's very similar to Greater Rift style, basically, is what it boils down to. But this is where you're going to be getting the materials that you need. The other thing about this is going to drop the stones, and the stones are going to be used for a new uber version of bosses. So now there's actually a level 200 variant of bosses that will drop you more rewards.
What?
That are like Durio, Lord Zir, all of the lather bosses is what they call them.
Sorry?
All of those style bosses that you have to summon actually have like a mega variant of these bosses now that will give you better rewards as well in terms of quantity. So that is something to keep in mind if you want to have an additional challenge. There will be a higher tier one, and my understanding of these bosses is they also drop a resplendent spark, which you need for uber crafting as well. So if you kill each one of these, you can eventually get yourself, and you can straight up craft an uber unique. So that is a pretty cool way of doing that too. At the end of it here, he showed the different materials you're going to need to acquire in order to do masterworking, which you get from the pit. Then they wrapped up with a Q&A, and some people noticed that the camera seemed more zoomed out, which is true. Coming with Season 4, there is going to be a more zoomed out camera. So that has been a much requested thing as well. In fact, the Codex of Power plus the camera seem to be some of the changes people like the best currently in the game. Also announced that they're going to need to be extending Season 3, so that way Season 4 PTR can come out April 2nd to April 9th in order to get enough feedback to make sure all the bugs are fixed, etc. Which means Season 3...
Specifically, you don't have to be level 100. They start at level 100, as in the mobs are level 100. Which should be the rough equivalent of Nightmare Dungeon tier 45. So it's end game content, but you don't have to be 100 before you start it. Yeah, these guys do not look well rested, by the way. I don't know if that's just this screenshot, but this is the look of a team that's been working round the clock.
Now ends May 14th, and that is when Season 4 will be starting as well. So overall, the new gameplay loop is effectively you go through the world tiers, you get better and better affixes, which you put into the Codex of Power. You continue to try to get greater affix drops on legendary items. You then take those legendary items and you temper them. After tempering them, you're going to masterwork and try to get multiple, basically, crits onto the good affix that you want to buff up. At that point, you will just continue pushing the pits. In order to get the material for the masterworking, you're going to need to do the pit literally anyway. So the new baseline entry is monster level 100 in order to enter into the masterworking, and you're going to be going through the cycle of upgrading your gear continually by masterworking to rank 12 and trying to get good greater affix drops and then get crits on the right one, and that is the new way you max out your power. You're still going to need to do dungeons for glyph experience, etc., but the pit is where you're going to both be getting stones as well as upgrading your items and getting those masterwork items. Now, keep in mind that something else that they mentioned is that randomly monsters will give you loot explosions and also drop monster or boss materials as well. So as you're grinding this, you should be getting both these explosions of loot as well as you will get some boss materials just randomly from killing some of the monsters as well. Overall, if you're wondering, my take on what it seems like the reception of people are currently is that the itemization changes seem pretty good. The fact that the camera is going to be zoomed out, people are obviously liking. The Codex of Power change, and the fact that it's quality over quantity should help some of the item stash issues, etc., all seem like good changes. The in-game changes and additions such as the pit in order to farm the masterwork stuff and the new uber versions of bosses that are now like level 200, etc., are basically types of concepts we've already seen implemented in the game. So maybe that's not as exciting, for instance, whereas the itemization stuff actually seems decent in my own personal opinion. So that's where it's at. We'll have to see if you guys enjoy it when it comes to the game, and the PTR will be out in April and we can all get our hands on it and see what we actually think about it ourselves. Until then, that is the recap and basically everything that's important from the chat. Let's talk about items.
Okay, that was actually way better than I was expecting. Here's a link to that if everybody can press the thumbs up button, because you're watching it here instead of on YouTube. But that looks great. That looks surprisingly good. Okay. That is surprising. Okay, cool. Let me get rid of this plate and go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back in just a second. All right. That was I'm shocked. I'm shocked that I'm interested in playing Diablo again. I wasn't expecting to want to play Diablo again.
This entire mountain is one gigantic corpse.
Also, I call it ethical clickbaiting. Because clickbaiting isn't actually a bad thing. What's a bad thing is not delivering on the clickbait. Clickbait is just like bait while fishing. You just put the right bait on to get people to click the thing. It's only bad if you're clickbaiting and then you don't deliver on the things that you were saying you were going to deliver on. Casual 610 bow. It's still got to have attack speed crafted on it. Does it? Yeah. Delayed new season to the middle of April. He did mention in that video. The PTR will be launching around the time I think Torchlight's gonna launch. Which means I'll be able to play PoE, then I'll be able to go play at least a week of Torchlight, and then I'll be able to try out Diablo and then come back to PoE. Guys, there's so much fucking... There's just so much ARPG stuff to do. There's just so much ARPG stuff to do. Yeah, take Undecember off your list. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if we get back to Undecember, eh? Are you looking at No Rest for the Wicked too? No. No way there's going to be time for Torchlight? There's going to be time for Torchlight. Permanent minion builds against another patch, especially since we're losing all the utility specters. I would like to be playing permanent minion builds again and have them be good. That'd be cool. I would be very on board. If a time I always had a vision, always had high hopes.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Can't see it well, but they don't turn those corpses into real specters. Specters? Eh. That's a strike. No. No. No strikes. And mastery points, they still also reworked the minion mastery points. They promised that like 4 to 5 patches ago, and they accidentally showed minion masters in the video saying they changed it. Yep. I do remember that. I feel like not enough people really care though, so. Have high hopes for a living. Keep showing us ranges in PoE2. Where's my minions? Does anyone know if we got told yet what the new class was that was going to be shown to the guys who went to the PoE2 thing? Because they're like, embargo isn't lifted yet, so we don't have all their footage and stuff. But there was like a new class. I knew there was a new class. Did they actually announce what that new class was? Like, do we have official... Yeah, I mean, I also assumed it was the Ranger because of the teaser, but I don't remember if it was like confirmed that that was the thing or not.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Didn't we already play? I mean, we haven't told you the league name either. I mean, we have though. What is the cover? What is the cover over the manor? Do you mean the text here? Or do you mean the grey bit at the top? Oh, like new. Right. Hi. So auras. That's auras. So I'm currently running 2 large auras. If I take one off, which is haste, it reserves 40% of my mana. That takes away all of the it frees up all my mana again. If I turn off both auras, it becomes a big globe. But if I use 2 auras, that's how much it reserves. This text is just my like daily stream goal for daily subs that I would need to survive. That's a me thing, not a game thing. We need to go no purity of elements this league, Miller? Why? I think every build I ever run, league starts with purity of elements on. Like the goal is always to take purity of elements off when I get ailment immune some other way. But I always league start with purity of elements on. I just don't like dealing with ailments at all.
I'm finally ready. Time to return to Oriath and end this. That would only slow me down.
I disagree. I heavily disagree. I think ailment immunity is one of the most underrated things. I think it's way more important than people seem to think it is. I try real hard to make every single build I play ailment immune.
Well,
Freeze is like impossible to deal with. Fucking chill is real annoying. Shock kills you quite often more than crits do. Shock is insane.
time and tide wait for no man.
I must confess and to believe. What's this one? 470 with attack speed, 610 without it. $660 basically. Tooltip of 8.9. Tooltip of 11. Did I fuck up Trinity? No, that's fine. That should still work. Pulling an all-nighter? No, gonna have just a short stream today. I am very, very mentally exhausted from my trip to the psych to get my drugs. But I am now officially medicated as an adult again. I now have my own Ritalin. When I can't stop fiddling, I just take my Ritalin. Anyway. Please, what are the 2 orbs you're using? Oh, just then? One of them, the one that was shaped round, is an orb of a jeweler's orb. And it randomly re-rolls the sockets, the amount of sockets on a piece of gear. And the other one was a fusing orb, and that randomly re-rolls what links there are. So which, like how many sockets are linked. Unless we're talking about these little orbs that are around me, these little ones, that's a different thing, if that's what you're talking about.
Into the heart of madness I tread.
Loser, baby, and loser, goddamn baby, you're a fucked up little whiny bitch. You're a loser just like me. Lose, lose, loser, and only one star refuser. You're a power bottom at rock bottom, but it's a company. I could love this song. Anyway. Yep, so those orbs that are wandering around me are both frenzy charges and power charges. That's what they're called. Frenzy charges gives you more damage and attack speed. Power charges give you critical strike chance. I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea where my power charges are coming from. I shouldn't be generating them right now. Oh! From this shitty amulet. Right. I gotta replace that.
My mana is gone.
I don't have to fuck I'll take a magic. Oh, I know nothing about Magic the Gathering. Nothing at all.
I'm not up to that just yet.
When left all purple, I am new. Please forgive me. Oh, whoops! It's not anymore. It's just an MTX. It's from the challenge rewards for this league, and it's just this helmet MTX. Just changes the look. It doesn't do anything. Bow skills not getting nerfed, no way. Bow skills don't even need a nerf. Leave my bows alone.
The Prodanin is... You return from your hunt triumphant. Then Violenta is dead. I wish...
With only a 5% base crit and no good bow, maybe I shouldn't be going crit right now. Do you think they can make a league where Eric is pleased to see how the game would play without it? No, not the way it's currently set up. I don't think they could do that well. But I mean, So I'm really used to being in a trade league when I get here where I just take crit and make a crit bow by the time I'm like out of white maps. I mean, we definitely take that. I'll lose it all as an update. Yep, exactly what was said there. Once this league expires, everything gets merged into standard. And then a new league will start a few days later where every single person in existence starts fresh, empty, with nothing. For most people, that's the excitement. You do get to keep all your MTX and stash tabs and like anything else like that you've bought, but not any gear or character or anything like that. You do not have to play in the new league. You can just keep playing your old character in standard, but that is not where most people play. Most people are pretty set on like the restarts being the best part. That is where everybody will be. Any starter ideas that are not EA or SRS? Lightning Arrow, Hex Blast Mines, Molten Strike, Bone Zone, fucking any version of Ignite or Ignite Prolif Elementalist. Elemental Hit, Snooze working on, looks pretty good. There's some cast on crit detonate dead of chain reaction builds starting to float around that look pretty decent. Explosive Trap looks amazing again. Also Fearless Dumbo put out a video last night doing an incredibly good job of explaining why everyone's opinion of Explosive Trap was wrong, and how that Explosive Trap everybody uses for clear is actually also better single target.
An emperor must know precisely where he stands.
The white orb going around. I don't see a white orb. Wait, hang on. Is it just my flask? Wait, hang on. Wait, these things? Those things that look like just little spinny things? Because that's just an MTX. And then this one, this is just my Quicksilver flask being active. That's all that is. Just a visual representation of my Quicksilver flask. Morning, Hulk. If you like Britney Spears as a metal cover, I don't dislike Britney Spears, but I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe we can get all maybe we can all go get indignant. Well, oh yeah. Nah. Almost all the changes look great. It's Noise Gaming. Thank you very much for the raid.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Oh, but so much to learn. Hope it's not like Cyberpunk updates. I don't know what that means. Losing Veiled Chaos Orbs is the worst one personally. I would be tempted to agree, except I'm not convinced that we're losing Veiled Chaos Orbs. Like, we might just not know what the thing that replaces it is yet. I guess we'll know later today / tomorrow. So had to see you get buffed, or am I going insane? No, you're not going insane. Deck stacking gear's pretty good. It's a little more expensive to get running on League Start, but okay, so I'm somewhere else. That didn't tell us that would be weird. But they do weird things like that all the time. Would it be weird? Sure. Would it be normal for GGG? Absolutely. Like, we'd lose track if we tried to count how many times they showed us a change that was really, really good, but only showed us half of the change, and then just sat there and watched us all get upset about it for a week. Like, they do that all the fucking time. That's not new. Sometimes it's even a little bit worse than that. Sometimes it's not just that the second half of the change that makes it make sense they didn't tell us. It's that the second half of the change that makes it make sense isn't even out until the following league. That happens all the time too. They do like a half change that's actually bad on its own, but way better overall, but they don't finish the goddamn thing until the following league. They do that shit all the time.
I fear.
Bannon? Remember, we do this for freedom.
Trying to think back of a recent example of that. First one that comes to mind is well, it was like a pretty decent a while ago. If we looked, we could probably find more recent examples. But the flask and defense changes, where they completely gutted all of our defenses. But there was a whole new set of defenses coming in, except they didn't come in that league. They came in the next league. Was that really 3 years ago? God damn it. Tunnel. Right. That feels like just like the other week. Up, blow up in the smithereens and do a fine symphony. Nah, the tattoo thing doesn't count because that was just a league mechanic. We didn't keep tattoos. Whoop! Fuck you. It was 2.5 years ago. 2.5 years ago, 2.5 days ago. What's the difference? Time isn't real anyway.
An emperor must bear two blades. Hope in the left hand, surety in the right.
What was that?
Justice will.
Another drop nuke during a calendar. We're not talking about nerfs. We're talking about nerfs that made real sense. But the other half of it didn't come until like the following league. You really just put he, him in your description. I did. Guess how many people are waiting on the next sentence to come out of your mouth? Decides your fate here.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Bop him? No, we don't bop people immediately. Some people legitimately ask, like, they're like, but you're obviously a dude, why do you do that? And they actually mean like legitimately are curious. Some people just want to ask the question. Questions are fine. I will give you that more often than not it's a troll, but sometimes it's a real legitimate question and I'm fine with those. I always like to assume the best. I was more interested if it's a meme, stand. It's not a meme. I'm very obviously a dude. It's not going to get confused. But mostly the reason for putting it in the title is because if everybody puts it in the title, if everybody did it, then it wouldn't be a big deal when somebody it really mattered to did it. Like, it's just a very little easy thing that I can do that makes other people's lives easier. Ugh. What the fuck, 5 seconds of watching stream and then 3-minute commercial break? That is the worst fucking timing.
End of the path. and the world attends.
You're Australian, right? Okay.
Failure is an illusion. You are inexhaustible. Loyalty is a fire that spreads quickly if the forest is dry.
Nah. Do you think we'll get trans aura gems? I don't think so. I think it's only going to be active gems. I don't think we're going to get auras or supports. I think we're just going to get more actives. Ever get a chance to make a gem for splitting steel?
I'm not up to that.
I'd like one for Warb. Or is it active gems? No, they're not though. They're auras. Even just saying primary damage dealing I don't think is right either, because I expect to get things like Withering Step or Blood Rage or stuff like that. Like I wouldn't be surprised if those sort of utility support gems also got transfigured versions.
When the time comes to strike,
right?
The Emperor strikes without
like I wouldn't be shocked about that.
To entertain doubt, an Emperor is only as efficient as those he commands. Violence is delicate. Such resilience. Only one of your lessons was completed, Ascendant.
Since later. Actually, so far the best criticism I've seen about that left mouse button change isn't even one of the things I complained about. It's that overall we lost a hotkey. There was one extra binding, one extra active ability that we could have on our bars. That wasn't even one of my complaints, but it's probably the best one. It wasn't one of my complaints because it didn't even occur to me, because I keep building characters that require one skill on my bar. Right? Like that's... I like to build one button characters, or if possible, no button characters. So that didn't even occur to me.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep those promises.
And less click was in every character I made. Yep. I'm over it. There's fucking 300 really good things coming this league, so I'll deal with the one thing I perceive as bad for the like 300 really good things that I see.
Triumphant at last.
We'll take those. Thank you. 2 proj. Ooh. The Bella Feudal yet? No. No. Can I do it without chat ruining it? Okay, chat. We're gonna try and not put you into quiet or emote mode, but don't throw out your own guesses. Laugh at me if you want. Do not throw out guesses. Daily gem. Okay. Up, Chaz decided he didn't trust you. Stormbrand. I'm always going to start. I'm just going to keep starting with Stormbrand. Alright. Not lightning, not a spell. AoE, duration, not a brand, and no chaining. So AoE and duration. So... No, that's not the name of it. It'll either be an attack with AoE and duration, or a herald or cry again. Attack, AoE, melee, duration. Older than Bladestorm. Oh, non-physical too. Fuck. And non-movement. Okay, non-movement, non-physical, non-lightning, attack, AoE, duration, melee, attack, AoE, duration, melee. It can't be lightning either. Attack, AoE, duration, melee, newer than Cyclone, older than Blade Storm. So, man, I don't know attacks or specifically melee attacks very well at all. It can't be physical and it can't be lightning, so it doesn't necessarily mean it can't be ranged. It can't be Ellie hit. It has to be something with a duration. Could be Earthquake. Nope, that's physical. Shit. Doesn't necessarily mean it couldn't be a totem. None of the totems don't have physical tags. It can't be a totem. Shit. Why does it have to be a melee attack, man? Okay, well, it's almost certainly here. Absolution has a figs tag. Technically, BalorMage's Cry has those tags. Technically, BalorMage's Cry has those tags and isn't a spell. Oh, fuck me, it is a war cry. It's just not a crit war cry. And it's before 1.5. Okay. So it's General's Cry? It could be Enduring as well. It could be Enduring. It could be Infernal. It won't be Intimidating. It won't be Ancestral. It could be... It can't be Enduring because it's after Cyclone. Enduring was already existed, so it can't be Enduring. It has to be Infernal or General. It has to be one of those two. 50-50 at this point. Okay, it's that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was a 50-50 for me. That could have been either one. But there we go. I don't think 5 is bad. 5 is pretty good. This was a wasted guess though. This was stupid. Because I'm pretty sure Bladestorm has a fizz tag. Wait, no, it doesn't. It doesn't have a fizz tag. Okay, it wasn't stupid. Five's okay. All right, quote of the day. A good slave is driven by only two thoughts: service and sacrifice. The Trial Master. The Trial Master. The fuck is his name? No. The Trial Master. I don't know his name, man. I think it's the Trial Master, but I don't know his name. Like... Drox Duelist is Zaro. It's not a Zaro. Only Templar Verita. Oh, it's only these ones? Oh, the Trial Master isn't even on here. Okay, well, it's none of those. Well, I mean, it's one of these. Well, then it's Dominus. No, because I've never heard Dominus say that. I hear Dominus all the time. It's definitely not a Zaro, though. Who else has slaves? I mean... Okay, it's not Dominus. It's not any of these, because I hear all them. I don't think the Duelist had slaves. I don't think it's any of these, man. It's definitely not a Cirrus. Okay, so who else would have slaves? I don't think it's a Zaro, man. It's not. It is something the sword would say, but I don't remember it. Honestly, it could be Scion. No. Shit. Turns out I don't know voice lines Guys, no. 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 No, no. Nah, it's not witch. Could be Al Hazim. It's not. Are you fucking kidding me? Alright, Daily Keystone. Oh, shit. Don't tell me. The struggle here was not knowing what it was. It was remembering whether the notable was called Secret of Suffering or whether it was called Interrogation. That was because I just had to try and remember which one was the jewel that gave me the notable that I wanted. I feel like all the degenerates are going to get this in 1 or 2 shots because it's pretty easy to get the two confused, Interrogation or Secrets of Suffering, because we just say one or the other. But I think the like degenerate juices have all used that so many times. We've just seen it. We know it. What does the Keystone do? Stops you from being able to shock, freeze, chill, or ignite. And then makes it so that you instead sap, brittle, and scorch. Gives you all of the alternate ailments, but gets rid of your uses of the normal ailments. By the way, I know I didn't have sound on for you guys, but as soon as I played that sound that was from Shaper, I immediately remember having heard it like 40 times. Or possibly more like 400 times. And I was a little bit mad at myself for not immediately knowing it. I'm a bit confused. How does that enable Warlord's Mark? It doesn't enable Warlord's Mark. It enables the Warlord's Mark tech where you can get infinite rage. Because to do that, you need to stun an enemy with Warlord's Mark on, and you can't stun an enemy that you could freeze. So you can't deal any cold damage. Or you use secrets to make it so that your cold damage doesn't freeze.
I'm not up to that just yet.
This Godly League study you cooking up. It's just a fucking lightning arrow deado, man. Chances are I'm either playing this or I'm directly yoinking your elemental hit build with reverse chill because it looks pretty fucking good and I like going fast. Saw the video? Nah, just saw you playing it. It sounds right up my alley after the trapper. Yeah, it looks real fucking fast, man. Like real fast. And I'm like, oh man, I think I want to play that. It's like the same as having a mage blood, but not on a mage blood budget. Yeah, except that you could also just have a mage blood. In a Fury Valve Cloudburst build. Nope. I've not. I'm still definitely waiting on patch notes to decide what to play, but I'm very tempted by Snooze build, to be honest.
You did it.
Also, I kind of just love the idea of not having to worry at all about getting a good weapon. Ellie hit weapons build themselves. You can just, they're so fucking easy to craft. They're so fucking easy to craft. They're free. They're free.
There.
Just an Ellie Hippo, so it wouldn't even matter more than one of us are playing it. It really, really wouldn't. It really actually wouldn't. It's just generic bow gear in most places and an Ellie Hippo, which is free. They're free. And I have a bow with 3 elemental damage types? No, just a +3. You just build +3 levels. Which is like a super easy guaranteed craft. Like you can, there's just a like well-known process to just get a +3 bow. With clear suffixes that you can either multi-mod or if you get lucky hit something on. Wait, what the fuck? I didn't really look into the build Snoo was playing. But like, you don't even bother using a jewel, right? To turn off cold damage? Because 2 out of your 3 hits can do it anyway. Like, do you even bother using a jewel? Can you just go?
I'm not up to that just yet.
When is the DDD stream? Like 10 hours or something? Just got the cold jewel.
My mana is gone.
Don't you just build a +3? Don't you just build a +3? A +3 is weaker? That doesn't make sense. Really? Huh. Huh. I will take an alt quality LE hit. That's just the same thing, but its hits apply alt ailments instead.
Rest, my child. Be free.
Anything you need, just ask.
We'll start Elliot if it does that.
Yes?
Right.
You killed...
I'll take an alt quality LE hit. Just does alt ailments, that's it. How do I sort the reword if I sort the stream? Sorry? What? Sorry, what?
Excuse me? Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy?
This time, I must succeed.
This'll do nicely.
Full character translator at work, right? What? What?
I'm not up to that just yet.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. It could just be someone who's like lurked for a while and then was like went to speak once and was like, oh, I can't speak, right, I need an account. It could be. You notice a trend. I always like try to assume the best. I always like try to assume that everybody is like just doing their best. Did a Strongbox map icon now? I did. I'm suddenly not horribly against Strongbox farming again. The only reason I didn't like Strongbox farming is because I can never fucking remember where the boxes are. It drives me nuts. Problem solved. The chat wants to know if they can get drops from watching the live stream. Yes, from watching any PoE channel during the live stream. Doesn't have to be the official one. My Discord chat thinks the enraged sextant is gonna be removed. Nah. With this league disappearing, that's the only thing left for me to farm. Getting rid of the enraged strongbox is like, that's the only thing left. That being said, I actually have no intention of farming the strong boxes because I have a new idea. How does kinetic bolt scale? With attack speed and damage and wand damage and crit multi and multiple projectiles? I'm like pretty sure that that's not what you meant, but I don't know what you actually meant.
This I shall strike you down.
And different build but can't get it to do decent damage. Oh, return projectiles, sniper's mark, kinetic bolt of fragmentation. That's how. Just saw a report from BBC that scientists have worked out how to use CRISPR gene editing tech to remove HIV virus from cells. Big if true. Big if true.
A new dawn arise.
Now.
It's funny.
Exile. Exile. Wake up. Commander Journey well. It's through the tunnel.
And as a hyper for the GG live, pretty high. Pretty high with one small problem. That's a problem before every single league that I've ever seen a launch for. I'm starting to doubt my own ability to judge whether anything is exciting or not, because all my favorite leagues so far are things I wasn't that excited about when I watched the announcement, and some of the stuff that has been like meh has been things that I felt really excited about in the announcement. So how am I supposed to know?
Remember, we do this for freedom.
Like, actually, how am I supposed to know, though? Like, I need to get basically a 5 link or another few levels to be able to change into crit. Still better off with precise technique for at least a few more levels. Missed one. Puppet Mistress. Private league option on the table. You're going to trade. Oh, I won't be doing 2 private leagues in a row. We'll be in trade this time. Private league again next time. Do you reckon this league will end at the same time as the PoE2 beta, or will they stagger the PoE2 beta with the next PoE1 league? This league will not end at the same time as the PoE2 beta launches. This league will still be going. But at the same time, this league will end when the PoE2 beta launches. Because nobody will be fucking playing it. Like, where everyone's gone, man. Open a closed beta? I don't know how to answer that. We'll find out tomorrow how to get into the beta. Whatever it is, I'll be in regardless. There'll be a way in, and I'm in. Whatever the way in is, I'll do that. Going? Fantastic. I'm on the drugs. And by that what I mean is I got prescribed my Ritalin today after a fucking 2-hour session with the psych where he wanted to know fucking everything and every thought I'd ever had in my entire goddamn life. Ritalin. Ritalin. The ADHD medication. Drugs that make me able to function as a human being. Basically, I should be able to get more done. Oh, it's most certainly a stimulant. It's basically speed. But that's fine, don't worry about that. Okay, can I do down and shit? Yep.
Now that you've had it, the job never ends.
I'm not up to that just yet.
The last thing was an S. Beta coming. Yep.
My mana is gone.
Oops. So rampage? Nah, it doesn't do that to me. I'm going to be annoyed because I'm never going to pass level 99. Nah, it won't be level requirement. They already said it'll be pretty much the same as what they did last time, which means there'll be a legacy variant of your just account is old enough, and then there'll be a you've just spent enough money over time to warrant it. And then for anyone who doesn't make it into that, there'll be a supporter pack that will also give you access. As well as last time they were just like random invites that went out in waves. They might do that again too. Just such a nice build to start with. I can't get past how much I just enjoy bows.
I'm not up to that just yet.
They could also give me like a cool excuse to play a Pathfinder instead of a Deadeye, and I'd be okay with that too. Interesting. Everything's get one shot except this one rare. What is this build fuckery? It's just a lightning arrow Deadeye. Just with lots of mana forged stuff on. Fire all of the things. Is this a game with PvP? I mean, technically yes, but realistically no. Might as well not be PvP in this game. Better. This PvP. I mean, technically, yeah. Are we gonna ban it in stack part 2? No. No.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Excuse me? Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy?
Hmm. You think they're going to butcher Defiance of Destiny? No? Wait a minute, this doesn't look like a brand build? No, it's just the best league start build to start.
My mana is gone.
Being too squishy whenever I play bows. Cast on Death Portal is your friend. You haven't changed your title since brands. You should hit refresh. So this is Brain Cam? I mean, I just hit refresh on my OBS to make sure that it went through, but it shouldn't have been. Now it's changed? Right. Alright. I thought I did that, but my bad. And league start for this build, just Elk and go. I mean, this build can do almost anything. None of the like boss rushing strats or anything, but like essences, harvest, beasts, expedition, like whatever you want. Straight into magic find, also an option. Thanks for answering this, but how was the doctor? It's fine. It was 2 hours of like fucking deep interrogation. I am exhausted from the conversation. The dude wanted to know fucking... The sentence I've been saying is the dude wanted to know how it looked with the foreskin peeled back. Like that's how much detail he needed on everything. But I got my drugs. Someone who's never played a bow build. I'm a minion/totem guy. We would build to start with. Can't really tell you until we at least know the league mechanics. This is a great league start build, but we don't have patch notes yet. We need to know if it's going to get nerfed. We need to know if it's going to be changed. We need to know what the league mechanic is, everything.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Assuming it doesn't get nerfed and you don't need to be giga tanky for the league mechanic, then sure, it'll be great. It could look like it could look like, oh shit, I need to be really tanky for the league mechanic, in which case I'm gonna have to immediately start practicing another build. Fulcrum build? Nah, don't like Fulcrum. Pendant's brand of dissipation, if I have to. Alright, 2 more levels will change to crit. Hopefully a diamond flask drops in that amount of time. Well, that's a fucking fracture to get right away. Why are you even leveling this? Feels like a waste of time. Something to do. Oops. That's some of those. Huh. No. I want to have 3 total. SRS is already one of them. So I want to... Ideally, I want to make 2 new ones, but there's really like nothing for me to do until the patch notes hit. We tried Mana Forge.
My mana is gone.
I'm currently a Lightning Arrow, Frenzy of Onslaught, Sniper's Mark, Rain of Arrows, Storm Rain build. Enjoying Frenzy of Onslaught? Only temporarily. Once you solve Onslaught any other way, I'd prefer to just go back to regular Frenzy. But it's good for like a stand-in to make me get Onslaught. Until I get it a different way. I'm using Frenzy of Onslaught basically because I hit it on the first lab. And I was like, that's a good solution for now. I was like, that's a good enough solution for now. But I do like to get rid of it. Did you cover the D4 stuff already? Yes, we watched Darth Microtransactions coverage of it. What do you think of Blast Rain, Ice Bite, Innovate, Mana Forged as a 4-linker? The problem that I have with it is that Blast Rain itself has to get the kill for the Ice Bite and Innovate to work. And I feel like that won't happen often enough to matter. Like, if I had like a 5-link, like if I could do like Rain of Arrows, Cull, Innovate, Ice Bite. I actually could because of these boots. But then it would like reliably get the kills. Or at least far more reliably get the kills. Nice one shot.
Pleased with yourself? Feel all high and mighty.
By the way, if you started Lightning Arrow Deadeye, or really any kind of Deadeye, you just get used to the fact that you can get one shot. It'll just happen for a while. You overcome it later, but like, you're just gonna get one shot for a bit. It's fine. Just happens. Just part of the game. Don't worry about it.
My mana is gone.
I think Sniper's Mark is going to get hammered. No? That's the first time anyone's even suggested that it might be. Why would you think that? From people salty about other people owning a Nimbus. Buddy, if you're salty about people owning a Nimbus, just fucking own a Nimbus. Then you'll be one of the people. Need a little bit of lightning res if I do that. There you go. Lightning right there.
I'm not up to that just yet. Godslayer. Good.
Bum, bum, ba, da, bum, bum, bum.
Godslayer?
Less than 10 hours till the live stream.
Godslayer. Good day.
I should probably get off soon.
That's the trail. Got my eye.
Hail God.
Should be that one. Good, cool. Let's go.
I put you out of your misery. I'm not up to that just yet.
Yoink, yoink. Man, what's the new leak gonna be? Yo, I want to go to sleep right now and just like wake up ready for the announcement. Excuse me? Bows, man. Fucking easy. $600 DPS crit bow. Nah, 600. It's tier 5, tier 5, tier 4. Little bit of crit multi, room for crit, but it's on, at least it's on a spine bow. And I'm like just about to change to crit, so I'll craft crit on that instead of attack speed, and off we go. When can I expect to drop this kind of bow on League Start? Usually in white maps, to be honest. Like, this is not that abnormal. What the fuck? Next Friday? Well, Saturday for me, but yes. I'd love for it to be at least 5 socketed. That'd be great. Okay, now we're running out of jewelers, so we'll stop at 4 again.
Long. How's the trail?
Now, technically, this is actually a DPS down. This one's 650, and this one's only 600. Where the fuck is crit? Cemetery? There's not even a tier 1 crit before maps?
Got my eye on you.
Excuse me for a moment. Just gonna go fix that. Welcome to the internet. What do you prefer? Would you like to tweet a civil right to tweet a racial slur? Da, 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 da.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Yoink, 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 and maybe yoink. Nope, nope, nope. Well, maybe actually. There we go, critical strike rank 1. that one actually. Okay. Now we have crit. Yeah. So 6.5 to 7.6. So from 5 to a 7.6. And it's going to bring our crit from 22 to 33. 11% more base crit. Let's go. Technically, that brings my DPS down right this second. It's actually pretty much the same, but that says it's way lower, but I don't think it's true. All of the time, would interest you in everything, all of the time. .7's probably fine. It's going to be a little bit less than that though. That'll be fine. It's actually going to be more. Perfect. Perfect. I mean, I normally go up in here. But I could also go there and go for mana, but let's not do that yet. Oh, actually, we get this first. That first. There we go. There we go. I love us purple. It is the challenge MTX for this current league at 38 challenges. I don't own a diamond flask and I feel like I was meant to. Did I forget a diamond flask? Where was it? Is it you? I think it's this one. I think it's this one.
I'm not up to that just yet.
What the fuck? Where are you, bud? There it is. It's just here. Thanks. Made it myself. There it is.
Always keep your eyes on the
Oh, get out. What? What? Forgot to corrupt your flasks. Yeah. And ta-da, crit. Do need something else though. There we go. Anyone mentioned the contrast of his camera? The contrast on my camera is fine. I'm really just this white. I fucking glow in the dark. In red, especially your face. And now it's how my face looks. It does look a bit redder than normal. I don't know why, everything's normal in here. Yeah. Seems like a problem for later.
I'm not up to that just yet.
You did go outside? Yeah, I didn't get sunburned that quick. I've spent most of my life in Queensland. I can deal in the sun fine. I don't like it, but that's not the same as not being able to go out. It's almost certainly the camera.
My mana is gone.
Hey, look, there's another decent bow. This one's only 530, but still decent. A Bo Burnham playing in my head. Thanks. You're welcome. Has there been any walking this evening? No, but there was a fuckload of walking today before I got here. So much so that my hips hurt, so I just decided I wasn't going to be using that today. Be immortals, immortals, just not for long, for long.
Stay
I don't know if I should be jumping straight into tier 6s in a full length, but whatever. In a trade league, I'm already in a 6th link right now. Like straight up, definitely already in the 6th link. It's fine. Never mind. Trade or solo self-found? I couldn't pay me to start in solo self-found. I'll be trade Andy over here. But to be clear, whenever I say you couldn't pay me to, that's a lie. You could pay me to do just about anything. But when I say you couldn't pay me to, what I mean is the price for me to do that is out of the reasonable budget. Get shat on tier 6 boss on a 4 link, by the way. Get shat on. but no color was good enough. Doom, 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 na, 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 na. I am level 74. That was my 10th total map. How much to League start a gladiator? I'm worried about replying to that instantly because I'm worried that it's a serious question. You would have to be more specific. Where do I have to get to? When am I allowed to reroll? Like, because I'll like mule some level 4 gems or something, or just go to normal lab and then restart. Like, like all that's fine. First 2 stones. That's 1 day. So like, I don't know. I still don't know. Man, I just don't want to. I just don't want to. So the answer's too high. Like 400 or 500 high. Because I don't want to. It sounds miserable. The patch notes, I have to drive to Melbourne about an hour after the live stream starts. So I don't really want to get up that early. I have to drive about an hour after the live stream starts. That it sounds... Are you driving alone or are you like with family? Or some shit? The missus up after a night shift, so might as well be driving alone. I'm just saying audio only on Twitch is a pretty good really low data usage way to... You can listen in while driving. Like the Twitch app goes to audio only and it uses barely any data to do so. I don't know where you're driving from, but I'm sure you'll be like within range of reception for that first hour to hour and a half of your drive, which is how long you would need to get to the end of patch notes, right? Or to get to the end of like the announcement at least, right?
Approach, challenger. The sun is setting on your success. A favorable result. Now you face another choice. Avoid the miasma, if you can. A choice of futures as before. The expected choice. The future holds further challenges. Count on it.
It ain't like country Queensland. Yo, the place that I was at today to do that fucking bullshit psych thing I had to do, which was a waste of everybody's time, but apparently you have to do that. No fucking reception. Like none. Like zero reception. We had to drive like 45 minutes further away from the city than where we are, and there was just nothing. No reception. Victorious. I made it sound like you're ages away from the city already. I mean, I'm like 25-30 minutes away from the city. To drive another 30 minutes away from the city puts us an hour out of the city. That's when you start to get into the category of bumfuck nowhere. Once you're an hour out. My office moved from the valley to 8 Mile Plains and a lot of people quit. That's a decent move. I'm not surprised that a lot of people quit. Like magic. Ow. How dare you? How dare you? Rude, if anything. One guy had a moped nearly did twice a week and had to resign. Jesus. Not all see him in live stream. See ya. What's the percentage nerf prediction on Penance Brand? I predict that they forget to nerf Penance Brand. Better yet, they forget to mention the nerf. I don't know about that. Alright. Alright. We're going to jump off so that I can be on nice and early. I'm going to try and be live about a half an hour before they are. So if everybody wants to be in here listening to it, all the drops will still apply. Everything will be fine. I wouldn't mind at all. League starting penance brand. So, yo, like fucking almost nobody is playing PoE right now. What on earth? I won't be here. I'll live without the coffin in MTX and enjoy my 4 hours of sleep instead. Oh, I've got a better idea, Shads. Leave your computer on my stream with it open without going to sleep, and just put the volume at 1% so it doesn't wake you up, but it does reactivate the stream when I go live, and then enjoy your MTX and my +1 viewer while you're asleep. I will see everybody tomorrow.